Stadium in Columbus, Ohio. It's the Oklahoma Sooners and the Ohio State Buckeyes. Reese Davis, David Pollack, and Jesse Palmer with you. Let's check in with our sideline reporter, Holly Rowe.
I caught up with Oklahoma's head coach before the game. This is a concerning crowd. You know, every time we're here, it's one of the best atmospheres in all of college football. The coach said they will have to communicate at a high level. They have worked with crowd noise all week at practice. We'll see if it pays off here today. Back to you.
Thank you, Holly. Really looking forward to this matchup. The Sooners headed toward the ball, and we're ready for action. Here he comes. This is a gamble. Rolling the dice to bring it out of the end zone did not work out as he stopped at the 13. Running inside, it's Jackson. Finds his way ahead for 3 out to the 16. The Buckeyes racing to the line in the hurry-up. Now a timeout called by the Sooners. That's their first. After using an early one, 2 left for them to spend. Here comes the offense on 2nd down. Here's Julian Ncaa to throw. Blasted as he lets it go. Incomplete. He had to get rid of it before he wanted to. The defense put the heat on.
Well, the offensive line has got to give him at least a little bit of time to survey the field. He had no chance that time, getting hit almost immediately after he got the ball.
3rd and 6, and they'll need a big play here on this opening drive. Ncaa from the gun on 3rd down. He's going to let one fly down the middle. Makes the grab on the big throw. He'll have enough for the 1st down, and they stop him at the 45.
And it's on 3rd downs like this. If you want to attack the middle of the field, you got to look for the tight end. Really nice route. Great job looking that football in. You can tell this quarterback really has a lot of confidence when he's in the pocket looking for the big fella, and they're able to hook up there.
He stopped at the 45 after picking up 10 yards and the 1st down.
Nice job by the quarterback, seeing the receiver come over, getting him the football, making the 1st down, and they like to do this. When they make a 1st down, they want to go fast. They want to crank up the tempo.
But how about that? That's already the 3rd target this guy has had on the opening drive of the game. He is a big factor for their success throwing the football. He's got to win the matchups. Even though that one goes incomplete, they got to keep throwing him the ball.
Behind the chains now on 2nd and long. Keeping it on the ground inside. It's Jackson.
And defensively, one of the most important things is stopping the run, being physical up front. That was too easy for this offense. You can't give up 5 and 6 yards a pop on the ground. Like, that is...
Lets it fly deep downfield. And trying to put points on the board on 3rd down. Now they're staring at 4th down.
Sometimes it takes quarterbacks a few plays to really get into the rhythm of the game and not force things. I think the quarterback that time was really trying to force the ball to his wide receiver, but against man coverage, there were other guys on that play that were open that could have had a chance. So this quarterback just needs to settle down a little bit. He won't be throwing as many incompletions if he just lets the coverage tell him where to go with the ball.
Ncaa to throw for it on 4th. It's dropped, and oh, what a tough way to end this drive. Desperately wanted to keep the ball, but they did not.
Coaches talk about it all the time. We're going to be aggressive. Well, they were aggressive on that 1st drive. They go for it on 4th down. No dice. Now you put your defense on the field. I like the aggressiveness, but now you got to deal with some of the consequences.
They weren't able to get that one off. It'll be a delay of game. So frustrating to see an offense lose track of the play clock and pick up a penalty like that. This crowd trying to make life miserable for this offense. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. And the Sooners want to crank the tempo.
Man, this guy is exciting to watch. When he has the ball in his hands, he can make magic happen. They're going to throw it to him. They're going to hand it off to him. They're going to get him the ball in a variety of ways, and they're...
Oh, and after the big gain, the ball's loose. Defense picks it up.
And, man, I love my quarterbacks that want to make plays and make those big plays and scramble around and get away from people, but you got to tuck that football away when you're going to run through on tackles and people are around you diving. Make sure you got that thing locked up. He did, and defense took advantage of it.
They'll go play action with Ncaa. Steps to his left, out of the pocket. And the... The play there forces the incompletion on first down.
And that's your goal. Separate man from ball. Try to get your shoulder in there on the catch point and really give him something to think about. Physically jar that football and knock it out. Nice job by the defender.
Here's Ncaa to throw. Fires to the wideout. Got it in the middle. It's Smith. They finally get to him. But what a play there to pick up the first down. This is one of the great atmospheres in the sport, but this crowd demands to be entertained, and they are entertained right now.
Yeah, when you've got playmakers that you can throw the ball to down the field like Ohio State does consistently every year, you always expect this. This fan base goes nuts because year after year they have elite playmakers.
Going right back to Smith. He's brought down, but it'll be enough for a first down. The Buckeyes have this offense rolling.
Look, I know this offense didn't have the opening drive of the game they would have liked, but the defense now came away with a massive takeaway. Now you're seeing how that affects the offense. They're playing with a little bit of a pep in the step. Nice throw there, getting the first down. This offense all of a sudden looks a whole lot different than what they did the last time out.
They'll move the wide receiver. Looks as if they didn't get it off in time. It'll be a delay of game. The quarterback just lost track of the play clock, didn't get the snap off quickly enough. Offense getting set for first down. Defense dropping into soft coverage. Moving out to the right. And they won't make the connection, going for the big play.
And I think on that last play, that's an example of the quarterback trying to predetermine who he wants to throw to, and instead of letting the defense dictate who gets the ball. Man coverage, that guy was not open that time out on the perimeter of the field. Still, he gave him a chance, but that thing had incompletion written all over it from the moment the ball left his hand.
Throwing, Ncaa, taken in by Smith on the right side. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. Ncaa back to the air. Right on the money. They stop him short, and we'll have a big fourth down coming. Fourth down and 1, and they'll go for it. Tries to get it on the ground. He's got enough for the first down, and they roll the dice and convert to keep this drive going. And the Buckeyes want to pick up the tempo. Defense didn't maintain its discipline there, and they get into the neutral zone. It'll cost them 5 yards. The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. Bunch formation for these receivers. The run inside. It's Jackson. Defense right there to stop him in his tracks, and they get nothing on that play. As they get set to snap it, just about to reach the end of the quarter. Intercepted to stop the threat.
And that's just excellent coverage. Man, cover one, nowhere to throw the football. Look at everybody playing man across the board, and you still got the safety in the middle of the field. Nobody open, and if I'm the QB, man, I don't need to force it. I don't force it into tight windows if it's not there. He throws it, unfortunately, gets the interception. Bad decision by the QB there.
He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there, still a bit short of the first down. It has been all defense all the time in the early going as we wrap up the first quarter, and the stats certainly reflect that. Had a chance to talk it over during the break, and they'll start with second down. Here's a give to Robinson. Punches ahead, they'll give him a yard to the 13. Timeout signal for by the Buckeyes. That's their first. And they'll have 2 left to work with here in the first half. The horseshoe is rocking, trying to help their defense on third down. Dropping back, it's Mateer. Pressure coming. He's got his man. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep them from getting the first down.
When offenses get first downs like this and they move the sticks and they get some momentum, look at what they do. They put their foot on the gas, run this no huddle, get to the line of scrimmage, and try to capitalize.
The Sooners will snap it on 1st and 10.
Offenses love the explosive plays through the air, pushing the ball down the field. And look at this. Sometimes it creates some momentum, and you want to capitalize. So you go get on the ball and get ready to run some no huddle.
Incomplete. He had it right in his hands for the pick, and I believe he might have been thinking about those big plays he's known for. Instead, it'll be second down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Back in motion, try to clear the picture. Back to pass on second down. Trying to get behind the defense. Upstairs, he's got it. There he goes. Ripped off a huge chunk play on that one as he gets the first down before he steps out of bounds. The Sooners moving quickly to the line. Trying to run, it's Robinson. Runs it into the house. Touchdown, Oklahoma! Can these guys just score from anywhere out there? After that drive, it sure looks that way.
And that's what separates really good offenses from great offenses. When you're backed up in a bad position and you can still fight your way out and go get you a touchdown, that's a great drive by the offense.
Getting ready for the extra point after the first score of the game. And with the extra point, they get the first 7 of the game. He's going to take a chance from midway in his end zone. That's the kind of mistake that throws off your game plan. Come out of the end zone and you're stopped at the 8. They've got a little time here to put together a productive drive late in the half. Ncaa on the play action. Bears the pressure.
This is a tough part of the field. You want to try to create some space and give yourself an opportunity not to throw out of your own end zone. They didn't hold up in protection. They give up the sack, but thank goodness they didn't give up a safety.
Ncaa throws to the wideout. Fires left side, it's Smith. And he's brought down after a huge completion. This first half of offense won't go on the highlight reel so far. Starting to get things moving. It's 1st and 10.
I know this isn't the start the offense wanted. They don't have any points so far in this game, but sometimes it just takes one explosive play to turn things around. And after that beautiful completion deep for the offense, that should give them a little confidence, a little momentum. They've now got us to be able to score points on this drive.
Yeah, and listen, I'm going to move this guy everywhere. He's in the slot this time, but I'm not going to let the defense understand where he's lining up so they can double.
Snags it, and he's open. Slips one guy, and now he's loose. They finally get him down, but the explosive play has them set up as we get set for the final 2 minutes of the half. The Buckeyes peeled off a huge chunk of yardage through the air and now back to the line. Again, it's Ncaa. Dances away to buy time. Had to throw it before he wanted. Just had to get rid of that one. Good job to fight another play.
I think a big reason this offense is struggling right now and why they're trailing on the scoreboard is they have not been able to protect this guy, and it's affected him. He has not looked very accurate. Moving forward, the pass pro has got to be better to help this guy out.
Ncaa. A shot toward the end zone. And that ball was in harm's way, and he is lucky to get that one back.
You just wonder if the quarterback's trying to get it all back after throwing a pick the last time out. This time, that was not a good read. The defender was all over that throw. He should have intercepted that, but thanks to the drop, the offense stays on the field. This quarterback has got to take a breath, and he's got to settle himself down.
From the gun on 3rd down, Ncaa. They're working that left side.
Yes.
He's going to come up a couple of yards short of the 1st down. No movement from the field goal unit. The offense is out there to try to keep this drive alive on 4th down. 4th down, Ncaa. Hauls it in. He's brought down, but not before he picks up the 1st down on a gutsy call to keep this drive alive. Here's Julian Ncaa to throw. Touchdown, Ohio State. Quick strike through the air for the score. Extra point here will tie the game. And the extra point is good. He'll start the return inside his 5. And the returner will be brought down. Plenty of time left in the half here as they take over, but they will want to be efficient here in the final 2 minutes. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw.
Well, what a great job by the defense and phenomenal effort chasing down the quarterback, getting that sack for a huge loss, and now they're licking their chops, lining up in tempo. They're ready to do it again.
Now the play fake. Takes a hit as he fires. And the pass is incomplete thanks to a big hit.
Well, this offense has gone his way early and often in this game. They've gotten into a nice rhythm. That time, though, the defense was expecting the throw going his way. They put a really nice hit on him to force the incompletion.
Out of the gun, the running back has it. And they'll stop him short of the 1st down, and they've got a timeout if they want to try to get the ball back before halftime. Ohio State calls its second timeout. And they'll still have one in their pocket for what's left in this first half. The offense changing the play. On fourth down, they'll pass for it. Unloads to the wideout. Makes the grab, got the conversion, and still going. He's got enough, and they roll the dice on fourth down, and they keep the drive alive. Looking downfield, it's Mateer. He's going to let it go. Intercepted. Big play stops the drive. Got some room to run.
Well, the quarterback wants that throwback, guys. He's thinking to himself, I'm going to drive down the field here in a 2-minute situation. We're going to get the lead. We're going to have the momentum going into the first half, but he got too aggressive, and he should have thrown that one away or eaten it, because now the other team has a chance to score points here at the end of the half.
The pass falls incomplete, and there are 8 seconds left.
Not many receivers like to get hit. They just don't, okay? They're prima donnas. That's what they are. That's who they are. Nice job by the defender. You could tell he was catching the football. He was going to put a hit on him to make sure he had to think about something later, and you could see the ball pop out and fall to the ground.
And not much doing there as that defense runs him out of bounds.
One of the things you love about this running back is not only can he run between the tackles, but he's also a weapon in this offense catching the football.
One more play before the teams head to the locker rooms. Lined up in the gun on third down, say it. From the comfort of the pocket, he fires it to the right. Leaping grab for a big gain. A huge chunk play as he gets it all the way down to the 11. The Buckeyes will kick it away to start the second half. On the move from inside his 5. He'll be stopped just short of the 25-yard line. They'll mark it at the 24, and good work by the coverage unit. Here come the Sooners, ready to go on offense. First drive of the second half, always fun to watch. You see what type of tweaks were made at the half, especially breaks into the open. Got enough for the first. Smashes through the tackle. He's at the 20. Touchdown Sooners! And that one will put them up here in the second half.
Offensive line, give me a crack, I'll do the rest. How about the Jets, the speed? He just turns it on, going 70-plus to the house. What a huge play by the running back.
And the PAT gives them a 14-7 lead. What a way to send a message. Huge play in the running game. One snap, and you've got a touchdown on the board. It bounds through the back of the end zone, and it'll be a touchback. So here comes the Buckeye offense onto the field. They find themselves trailing by a touchdown and a chance on this drive to even the score.
Plays when I got guys like this who can take the ball and rip it 70-plus to the house. How about the speed? He showed you a little bit of wiggle. This dude's got it all. Nice touchdown run by the running back.
Now they'll try to get another possession with an onside kick. Now a timeout call by the Sooners. That's their first. And that will leave them with just 2 timeouts to use the rest of the way. After scoring that touchdown, they'll try to get it right back with an onside kick. Looks as if the hands team will be able to recover the ball. The Sooners will get things going on offense as they head onto the field. That touchdown lead they had has disappeared, and now we have a whole as they start the drive. He is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. They'll lose yards on that one.
The first thing you have to do to make these plays successful offensively is I have to block the edge. I got to get my speedster in space. They didn't do a good job of getting that guy out there in space where he could really use his jets. Nice job by the defense understanding it, seeing it, rallying to it, and tackling that guy for a loss.
Hang on, Swoopy. The Buckeye crowd alive on third down. A run for the quarterback. Ripping off a good chunk inside the 25, and they're set up with a first down. And the Sooners in the hurry-up.
And after giving up a long run defensively, they don't have a chance to substitute now. They've got to get ready to go because the offense is going tempo.
Escapes the pressure to his right. Fires to the middle. Oh, he drops the football. He had him right down the gut of the field. Instead, it'll be second down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. They'll try the counter. Tough run, gets it into the red zone, and they knock it down at the 17.
All right, they've shown this formation a lot of times, especially in the first half. Now what do? They show the formation, pull some guys and run a counter backside. Beautiful play design. Way to adjust in the second half.
Here on third down, you might want to protect the field goal, but you have to stay aggressive. Wants to throw. It's Mateer. Fires to the right. Makes the grab. Defense is there to make the stop, but he's got the first down, and they'll have it first and goal at the 6. Off play action. Big fella moving. That completion will take it inside the 4, and the offense is threatening.
The offense trying to throw it there quickly down close to the goal line. Nice job by the defense tackling the catch.
They pushed it ahead to the 4. They'll try to cash in on second and goal. Looking to fire. And they get him, and they'll lose yardage on that completion. Timeout signal for by the Buckeyes. That's their first. And that will leave them with just 2 timeouts to use the rest of the way. On third and goal, they'll throw it. Looking for the score. Touchdown, Oklahoma. He got it beat down in bounds. They'll try to add another to their lead.
One of the areas they really focused on with this receiver in the offseason was we need you to make more plays for us in the end zone. When we're taking shots, we need you to be able to step up and make tough catches. And David, what a grab right there.
And I think a lot of that has to do with trusting your guy, knowing where he's going to be, knowing when he's going to sit down, when he's not. So being on the same page, and then having a guy that can go get it. Just when the ball is near him, he's going to make the play, just like he did right there for 6 points.
The drive starts from their own 25-yard line. Here's Sayin to throw. Now moving to his right, looking for anyone that's open. Throwing on the run. Oh, it's picked off. Oh, at the worst possible time. And he's wrapped up after a solid return on the pick.
Well, he started rolling to his right, and because of that, it allowed the defender some time to close the distance between himself and the intended target, and his speed got him to the point he was able to come away with the pick.
Wide receiver comes in motion. Oh, it's a fumble. Recovered by the defense, and he's off. They drag him down pretty quickly, but the defense forced a big turnover.
Great job by the defense in the back end that time. He made the catch, and he had a little wiggle room to run afterwards, but they were able to get to him, rip the football out, and that is a massive takeaway for the defense.
Got his man on the right. Shakes off the defender. Steps out of bounds across the 25. They'll mark it at the 26, and a good pickup for this offense here.
And I love it, man. Go right back to work. Give the ball right back to. It's kind of like in basketball, man. When you got a shooter who's hit a few shots, you're like, okay, I'm giving him the ball to make sure he gets another shot. Had a touchdown pass. Now come out on this drive. Let him throw the football around the yard again. Having a great start to this football game.
Throwing, say it. Snagged out of the air. And a good job of coverage by that defense. Just a short pickup. And the Buckeyes come to the line in the hurry-up. Saying from the gun on third down. Still moving to his right, trying to make a big play. Throwing on the run. And he dropped it. Incomplete pass in what would have been a huge gain. No defender anywhere around, and he just flat dropped it.
And I like the aggressiveness on third and short, trying to throw the football, take advantage of a look that they got. They weren't successful, and now...
Wait just a minute, guys. The offense looks as if they're going for it in their own end. Saying back to the air. He's got enough for the first down, and they roll the dice and convert to keep this drive going. The Buckeyes are moving quickly down the field. Say it.
That tells you a lot about their confidence in this quarterback. Fourth down early in the game on your own end, and you go for it, but when you make decisions and throws like that, it's easy to see why.
Time winding down in the quarter as they come to the line. Looking to throw, it's Sayin. It's incomplete, and we'll change ends of the field now. At the end of the period, Oklahoma has the lead. And we've reached the end of the third, and time is running out if they're going to cut into this deficit. Let's take a look at our game stats before we move on. After swapping ends in the field, they gave them a little time to figure out how they'll open the final period here on third down. Again, it's Sayin. He's got it. That'll be enough for the first down. They'll mark it at the 48. The Buckeyes come to the line with a new set of downs.
Really nice job there by the quarterback, understanding that it's zone coverage on third down. You're going to have to find someone working into a soft spot, get the ball out of your hands quickly, make an accurate throw, and pick up the first. Well done.
It's great for this quarterback to take shots down the field, but you just don't want it to feel like a give-up or a chuck-it-up and hope kind of play.
And I think understanding the situation, now I'm on defense, right? If they're going to take shots down the field, maybe I'm a little bit more aggressive with my blitz. Understand?
And it's picked off for the third time today. Takes it the other way. Inside the 10, and he will roll into the end zone. Touchdown, Oklahoma!
In this kind of game where it's only one possession, one play could make the difference. And that time the quarterback got a little too greedy. The defender jumps in front, picks it off, adds the lead for his team. We still got a lot of football to go here, but that was a massive play for the defense.
And the extra point splits the uprights. And he'll just take a knee, and this drive will start at the 25. Okay, here comes the Ohio State offense onto the field. They're on the cusp of what would be an historic loss, falling as the #1 team in the country unless they can pull it together here in the final moments. And the Buckeyes want to move quickly.
And these are these moments, man, when you're trailing by a couple possessions, you've got to put it together. Your quarterback has to come through. I mean, it's not a...
He's going for a big play downfield. Makes the grab, gets the foot down, just precision execution on that big play. After ripping off a big chunk of yardage, you figure they're going to go right back after him. 1st and 10 for the 31.
Guys, with that catch, he has now eclipsed the 200-yard receiving mark. He has been virtually uncoverable the entire game. No matter where they've lined him up, doesn't matter who they've lined him up against, he has won time and time again. He's showing you why he is such a weapon in this offense.
Say it. It's complete. Great reaction by this defense, immediately on the catch, swarming to the ball. Going to work in the red zone, they can't pick up the 1st down without getting it into the end zone. He caught it, and he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Buckeyes. How about this? A 2-point conversion coming. Saying back to the air. Quarterback now breaking the field. He makes his way in for the 2, and now they trail by only 6. They put together a 5-play, 75-yard drive, and they cap things off with a 9-yard touchdown pass. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. He's tackled, brought down right at the 25-yard line on the return. So Oklahoma has it again, and here comes the offense. As it turns out, the fumble on that last drive set up the touchdown, David.
And there's no bigger stat in football than turnovers. You turn the football over, they turn it into points. Jesse, that is not a recipe for success.
Good news, though, they get another chance, right? They can make amends with this drive right here. That's all that's important. You've got to execute, and you've got to lock in.
So they'll use a timeout here. 1 more remaining, and, of course, the 2-minute stoppage coming up as well. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. Motion from the wideout. The play-action fake. Going to take a shot at this DB. And that ball is hauled in inside the 35. So the defense uses a timeout here. 2:08 remaining on the clock. They didn't want it to get down to the 2-minute stoppage.
And that had to be a coverage bust on defense. There is no rhyme or reason why a receiver should be that wide open, that deep down the field. Defense, they better check themselves.
The feel of this whole drive changed on that last big play. They've got it 1st and 10 outside the 30. Scanning the field, it's Mateer. Hauls it in. The stop is made, but this offense is threatening. 1st and goal from the 9.
You got to love how they just continue to do what they do. It's the 4th quarter. You got a lead. There's no reason to get conservative. We're a passing offense. Great job on 1st down. Better job on 2nd down. This offense continuing to stay in a rhythm.
They are really clicking along. 1st and goal on just the 4th play of the drive.
And this situation here on 2nd down is the exact situation this offense wanted to stay out of. You got the lead late in the ball game. You want to get positive yards, keep that clock ticking. Now in a situation, it's interesting. Do they want to throw the football? How much do they trust their quarterback not to make a mistake here late in the football game with the lead?
He's brought down at the 6, but the defense feeling the heat to make a stop here.
And that's exactly what you would expect from this offense. Listen, when you're in that 1 to 2 minute range and you got the football and you got a lead, it's smash mouth, it's keep that clock running, it's ground game. So interesting now on this 3rd down what they do next, but we got to keep that clock moving.
It's 3rd and goal, and this defense feeling energy from the crowd. An unforced error there. They don't get the snap off in time. The delay of game pushes the offense back. Third and goal, where defensive coordinators have to make a stand. From the gun, wants to pass. Gliding to the right, still trying to make a play. Touchdown Sooners! And they take it in for 16 It's 4 points.
Well, they get the touchdown when they needed it most. That score now makes it a 2-possession game. And guys, with just seconds to go on the game clock, this thing is all but over.
Now the 2-point conversion attempt is coming. Looking for a man. It's Mateer. Makes the grab in the end zone for the 2 as they extend the lead. So that was a 6-play, 75-yard drive. And they finish it with an 11-yard touchdown dart. Here he comes from midway in the end zone. That is not what he had in mind on that return as he goes out of bounds and leaves the offense with terrible field position at the 8. We'll see what they can do on this drive as it starts at the 8. Here's Julian saying to throw. Got his man downfield. Chain gang on the move. It'll be a first down at the 29. Timeout, Oklahoma. That's their second. And they'll still have 1 timeout left at their disposal. This is what you do in the backyard. You never do it in the middle of the game. It's always final drive, clock winding. Got to have a score. Offense down 1 possession.
Well, quarterback off target on that one. And in this 2-minute situation, you've got to be able to call and run passing plays that you feel like you can run in your sleep.
Try to make up for some of that lost ground on second down. Back to pass. Nice defensive play to get a hand in there and knock it away.
And I love the personnel group that the defense is in right now. With the lead late in a 2-minute situation, you're seeing extra DBs on the field. You know the offense is going to try and throw the football. So faster guys, good job that time getting to the ball, knocking it away, forcing the incompletion. You stay in this personnel grouping if you're on defense.
Here's Sayin to throw. Got his man to the left. And a nice grab there. Big pickup down to the 35-yard line. Sprinting to the line to try to get this one off. Clock's running. Again, it's Sayin. Stepping to the right. Fires to the wideout. That one will be incomplete, and we are down to 10 seconds to go. What will they dial up on second, and a long way to go. Looking downfield, it's Sayin. Moving, keeping the eyes downfield. Trying to get rid of it.
And the defense is smelling blood in the water at this juncture. They know the offense is going to throw it, and that's why you see these D linemen and linebackers, man, they are pinning their ears back, getting after the quarterback, and to hit that time, help force the incompletion.
Hydro! Booster! Break! Bubba! Go!
Throwing, Sayin. Here comes the heat. And they got him. That was hardly a performance worthy of a #1 team in the country, and now they have to look themselves in the mirror and see if they can get this thing right.
Yeah, they got hammered. Like, this was not competitive. This was a bad performance. And the committee watches every single week. And being the #1 team in the country, obviously you got some pressure on you, but this squad's got to perform better. They got to show up, man. This was an embarrassing loss. And, Jesse, they're going to have to get some things fixed if they want to go try to compete for the ultimate prize.
I think the problem, if you're the head coach of this former #1 team, is that you've got a lot of problems to solve. What went wrong? Because they never even showed up. They didn't even look motivated in this game, and they got dominated in all 3 facets on the field. This isn't just a one-solution fix.
Gaylord Oklahoma Memorial in Norman. It's the Texas Longhorns and the Oklahoma Sooners. Alongside David Pollock and Jesse Palmer, I am Reese Davis. Holly Rose down on the sidelines. We say hello to Holly.
The Sooners head coach told me here in the pregame, both teams are in the top 10. This SEC matchup is going to be hard. He said we have to eliminate all penalties at the line of scrimmage and be the most efficient version of ourselves all season. Back to you.
Thanks, Holly. Looking forward to see how this one goes. The Sooners will kick off first, and here we go. And no chance at a return here. They'll start this drive at their own 25. It's the Oklahoma Sooners and the LSU Tigers. Reese Davis, David Pollock, and Jesse Palmer with you. Let's say hello to our friend Holly Rowe on the sideline.
Coach Venables told me before the game, he understands both teams are in the top 25. Both teams are quality with a lot of talent on the rosters, but he believes this stadium can make a difference. This crowd has proven to be one of the best in college football. They have been pumping in crowd noise all week at practice to make sure they are prepared for this moment. Back to you.
Holly, thank you. Can't wait to see how this one unfolds. LSU ready to kick it away to get things started. He'll bring it back from inside the 15. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. This crowd trying to show them what it's going to be like all day in this house. Back to pass, it's Mateer. Interception. Touchdown LSU. The defense putting points on the board.
You always want to come out and set the tone as a defense. Get a stop, make a punt. How about this? Get the INT and take it back to the house. Way to set the tone for this defense early.
They get set for the point after as we have the first score of the game. How in the world did he miss that? He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Tackled and brought down right at the 20-yard line. Good coverage there. As Holly mentioned earlier, this home crowd can create a huge advantage. Off the RPO, complete. Turning it on.
Not difficult, not complicated, but early in the game, get in that rhythm. Find that timing with your wide receiver so you're set up for success. Then you go attack deep later on.
The run from the shotgun. Ripping off a pretty good chunk of yardage. They've got it out to the 41 with a first down. The Sooners headed quickly to the line.
You know, the RPO game now in college football really puts the defense in a bind, and it forces them just to freeze a half second as they try to distinguish between the running back and the quarterback. Who's keeping the football? On that play, it was the running back, and he made him pay.
Now a timeout called by the Sooners. That's their first. After using an early one, 2 left for them to spend. They're dealing with a second and long. On the ground with the counter. And the defense snows him under after a very short gain. Better get that seismograph ready here in Death Valley. Huge third down coming. Some misdirection with the counter. They'll knock him down for a loss of a couple. Guys, look at this. I'm surprised they're going to gamble and go for it here on fourth down. On fourth down, looking for the completion. He wants to go deep. Can't complete the long throw, and the defense gets off the field on fourth down.
Well, I knew the coach was confident in his offense. I did not know he was that confident this early in the game. Fourth and long. I thought he'd just punt that one away and let his defense take the field. Interesting.
This offense has it with really good field position. Running inside. It's Berry. Tough, physical, hard-nosed running gets it to the 34.
It's got to feel good as an offense knowing that early in the drive you can turn around, hand it off, get a push up front, and go get positive yardage.
Good spot after that 7-yard pickup on first down. It's 2nd and 3. The give to Caden Durham. And he never had a chance. Just stopped cold as soon as he got it. 3rd and short here from the 35. Might take a shot here if this is 4-down territory. To the air, it's Levin. He'll throw it. Fakes to grab. They'll pick up enough yardage for the first down. They've got it at the 30.
When you're a playmaker like this guy is, your coaches are going to dial up plays intended for you, especially on third down. That's what you saw in that last play. There was no question where the quarterback was going with that football. All week long, they decided on the biggest downs of this game, we're going to target our best player, and we're going to make sure that he gets looks. It doesn't matter what the coverage is. You saw it right there on that play.
To the air on 2nd down. Escapes the pressure going right. Trying to escape and get it himself. Thought he saw some daylight, but this defense closed quickly. Maybe picked up one on the play.
And they bring the blitz. I mean, you could tell. They want to make him feel uncomfortable as quick as possible, and you can see him. He takes off with the football, and they just trying to get to him. Try to get him on the ground, but this defense choosing to blitz right now.
It's picked off, and they ruin the drive with a turnover. He goes down after the short return, but what a play to get the football back.
And what a great job by the defense that time. Cover one, man coverage. And did you see how everybody was impressed? When you press receivers, you disrupt their timing. You get your hands on them at the line of scrimmage. You jam them. And it completely disrupts the quarterback and his thought process. And that time, that was a big reason that ball got INT'd.
Finds a man on the right. Across the 30, out of bounds at the 31-yard line, and they've kick-started this drive with that one.
Really nice job threading the needle in that pass. They've got a lot of dudes that were able to do that in Norman, Oklahoma. Josh Heupel, Jason White, Sam Bradford, Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts. The names go on and on and on.
Oh, he's got... Oh, and the ball's out after that big play. That is a serendipitous turn of events with the fumble going out of bounds. They'll maintain possession.
Well, they got a really nice drive going on offense. They're on their opponent's side of the field, but you're not going to come away with any points if you turn it over. They've got to do a better job of ball security. Very, very lucky that ball went out of bounds.
They get him down, but this offense is set up first and goal from the 9. Wants to adjust the pattern. Back to throw, it's Mateer. Wide out trying to get it in. Touchdown, Oklahoma! The offense puts up 6 for that trip to the end zone.
Oh, man, and the quarterback knew exactly where he was going with this football at the pre-snap. He saw the matchup he liked, and he took advantage of it.
And the extra point puts them on top by 1. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And they cap things off with a 9-yard touchdown pass. Coming out with it, it's Harris. I imagine he's going to get an earful on the sideline after bringing it out of the end zone and being knocked down at the 11. Opening play of this drive comes from the 11. Off the play fake on first down to throw. On target. Really nice gain. Gets it out across the 20. It'll be a first down at the 22. Death Valley has a well-earned rep of being intimidating. It is nice to be the quarterback, to have everything on your side.
And have everything quiet. It's the loudest place by far that I ever played. I mean, for an entire game, they are on their feet, yelling, screaming. Now, listen, we can't play all the words they're yelling, Reese, but they are an intimidating crowd.
Backed up now, here's second and long. Couldn't connect on first down, now back to the air. And they can't hook up, going for the big play on second down. Now it's third down. Time for one more snap before the end of the quarter. Back to throw, it's Levin. Another incompletion on third down.
Every defense in the country talks about getting offenses in predictable third and longs.
Guys, look at this. They're going to gamble and go for it here on fourth and long. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. And that will fall incomplete, and we have played one. Boy, they tried to end the first quarter on a high note to no avail. Second quarter's coming. Now to see if these guys can get back in the game in the second quarter. First play of the period, first down here. Trying play action. Grabbed in the backfield. It's Harris.
This quarterback right now is in a groove, and he's doing a nice job in pre-snap. He's reading the coverage, and he's getting an idea of where he wants to go with the football. That's why the ball's coming out of his hands so quickly. That's why he seems like he's in a great rhythm right now.
On the run, fires downfield. Got the big tight end on the corner route. Can't quite cross the plane to get the 6, but they'll have the first down. They'll try to get it in with the run. He's going to lose a yard on that one. And the Sooners are in the hurry-up. Second down, he'll throw it. Fires to the end zone. Touchdown, Oklahoma. Grab the short pass to put the 6 on the board.
What a fantastic route that time. If you're going to be able to throw the ball down in this area of the field with the windows closed so quickly, you have got to be precise with the route running, and that's what happened right there. That's an easy connection between the QB and his target for the score.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the PAT makes it 14-6. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And they cap the drive with a 4-yard touchdown pass. Fielded in the end zone, it's Paul. I know he thinks he can house every return, but sometimes you just have to take a knee as he stopped at the 14. The Tigers send out the offense to go to work. We'll see if that failed 4th down in their own end last time, David, sort of curbed some of the aggressiveness.
Well, you hear about it all the time in football. Go for it. Be aggressive. The problem is when you get stopped, sometimes it puts you in a hole. And, Jesse, now the offense has to come out and respond.
They were really disappointed not getting that 1st down. You can see it on the sideline. So let's just see if that's kind of galvanized them a little bit here to go make a statement and get some points.
And this is the frustration in playing man-to-man coverage. All the guys on your defense are chasing their guys. They don't have vision on the quarterback, but he is such a good athlete. He notices it. He
lofts one high and deep. And it goes through his hands. Oh, he had an explosive play right there for the taking, but couldn't reel it in.
Well, it's a great job by the back end of the defense that time, making up for what the front end of the defense couldn't do. The quarterback had all day to throw that ball, but it was the hit and coverage that forces the incompletion.
They'll run it on the counter. Gets it across the 30 to the 31, a pickup of 5. Big 3rd down coming from their own 31. Defense tries to get off the field. Looking to throw, it's Levin. He's going to let one fly down the middle. And they wanted it all on 3rd down, but now dealing with 4th down.
Well, it looked like the offense had a rhythm here.
Look at this, guys. The offense appears to be going for it from their own side of the field. On 4th down, they'll throw for it. Extending the play. Takes a shot as he throws, and it never had a chance. Incomplete. This is Gaylord Oklahoma Memorial in Norman. It's the LSU Tigers and the Oklahoma Sooners. Reese Davis, David Pollack, Jesse Palmer with you. Holly Rose down on the sidelines. We check in with her now.
Thank you, guys. I have checked in with the Tigers head coach here pregame. He said this is a crucial game on the road against a quality opponent. It means so much. Not only the college football playoff rankings, strength of schedule, and everything that goes into a matchup like this. This is the biggest challenge so far in their season. Guys, back to you.
Holly, thank you. This ought to be a tremendous matchup. LSU will put a foot to it for the opening kickoff. He'll bring it out. It's Sategna. He'll be stopped short of the 20-yard line on the return. They'll mark him at the 19. The handoff as they run the counter play here. They didn't get a push at all on that one. It'll be no gain on the play. The Sooners will hustle to the line.
I love when defensive backs come up and they are physical and they stick their face in the fan and they aren't scared. Talking to the defensive coordinator coming into this game, he knew his DBs had to tackle well. They had to get those running backs on the ground. Great start on this first drive.
Back to pass, it's Mateer. Here's a heat. He'll make a play on third down. He's got enough for the first as they mark it at the 32. The Sooners come to the line with a fresh set of downs.
And usually when a QB takes off and scrambles, it's because the defense didn't do a great job keeping lane integrity, not keeping him.
Looking to take a shot. He holds it in, and nobody's close. Now a timeout call by the Sooners as their first. After using an early one, 2 left for them to spend.
Well, he's able to make it easy after that catch, and I think his speed is something that just scares DBs to death. When you think about great Oklahoma receivers recently, guys like CeeDee Lamb, Sterling Shepard, Hollywood Brown, DBs gave them so much cushion because they were afraid they were going to get run by, and I think that's how defenses treat this guy too. With his speed and his playmaking ability, he scares you to death, and that cushion helps him out tremendously.
Bringing the heat, trying to buy time. He's wrestled to the ground right at the 15-yard line, and a big red zone opportunity here. He might want another play.
Sweep.
Let him go. Wants to throw on first down. Unloads to the wideout. Looking to get it in.
And as soon as the receiver caught the ball, you saw the quarterback start communicating to his teammates what the next play was going to be because they're now changing the tempo and going fast.
Nothing doing, and he was lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. It's 2nd and goal. They'll try to snap it quickly.
Check. 9-19 fire ball. 9-19 fire ball.
Back to throw, it's Mateer. Under fire. To the end zone, and it's picked off. He's at the 40. A tough start to the opening drive as the defense comes up with a big play.
That's kind of a double whammy for this offense because on their opening drive, not only did they turn it over with the interception, but they've now set their defense up in a really tough spot deep in their own end.
This is what we expected. This crowd ready to make its presence known. Going to the run, it's Berry. How about that run as he drives it all the way down to the 13-yard line?
That's just a really nice job by the running back making the first guy miss and going to get positive yards. This guy's got some wiggle, and you saw it on that play.
2nd down coming up on this red zone opportunity. The give to Caden Durham. And the defense wrestles him to the ground.
And a lot of times the fit up front, linebackers are fitting holes, and that ball bounces, and it's supposed to go somewhere, and sometimes it goes to a DB, and the offense will get a W. Like, they'll get a win because we'll break a tackle. How about the tackle by that young fella? I know he likes to cover, but I love the way he comes up and makes the tackle.
He'll be stopped short. It'll be 4th down, and let's see what the decision is here. No signs of any kind of kicker as they'll leave the offense out there to try to move those chains. On 4th down, trying to find his man. Throw into the end zone, and it's picked off.
Not the start this kid was looking for. Very first pass of the day gets picked off. This is a defense that's got a lot of ball hawks on the back end, and he's got to be real careful with his eyes, not telegraph throws like he did right there. He's going to have to settle in.
To the air, it's Mateer. Might be looking to run. He's going to run it. He navigates some traffic, steps out of bounds at the 27 as this offense tries to get something going. And the Sooners racing to the line in the hurry-up.
No, we bought it last night. No, we just took it out when we got home from the doctor.
Quarterback adjusting the pattern.
Okay.
2nd down, they'll go to the air. Out of the backfield, he's open. And he surges up to the 36-yard line, and they'll move the chain. They are dialed in on this drive. A couple of chunk plays, and now they'll snap it on 1st down. Defense has dominated the early part of this game, and the stats point that out emphatically.
Yeah, we went to the doctor, and they said her blue ribbon,
So 1st down here as they go back to work.
She went from a 5 to a 9, and so we need to up her doses on milk. And I'm still trying to learn it too myself. So yeah, instead of doing the,
they'll run play action. Throws to the wideout.
I think something's growing.
They'll get it to the 48. No need to measure it to 1st down.
And I guess he poops it out.
With a new set of downs.
And so
it's a really nice
her
throw.
doses.
It's so impressive watching this Oklahoma passing attack now. And you think back to Bob Stoops taking over as head coach in 1999 and bringing with him the air raid offense, a style of passing attack that still wasn't very prevalent in college football at the time. But since then, they've always had good quarterback play, guys that could play up tempo.
But we got another doctor's appointment in the morning.
Right here, he fits in perfectly with what they're trying to do throwing the ball in Norman.
I did.
Now facing
you see, I put the bumper on it. Well, I really didn't know how to put it back on, but I had gotten a wreck in my Audi, and so I recently just learned how to do it.
He fires to the left side.
So yeah, and then I kind of messed with it a little bit, and I said, okay, you can go back on. I think the inside of it and everything. Oh, I forgot we don't lock the doors out there. That's minded.
They'll try to get it in with the run. Nothing doing, and he was lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage at 2nd and goal. A lot of urgency for this offense. Wants to fire on 2nd down. Touchdown Sooners! Right on the money, and he makes the grab in the end zone. Setting up for the extra point after the first score of the game.
And I think this is really the separators in good offense and great offense. Can you throw the football inside the 5-yard line with the tight windows? He can. Nice strike, nice catch, nice execution.
The kickoff bounces through the end zone. They'll bring it out to the 25. Let's see if they can get something going here late in the half. They'll start on the ground with Durham. That is a big win for this defense as they were right there as soon as he got the ball.
And this offense on first down, man, they go backwards. And they built a deficit, and they've been sluggish. And they just need something to get going, to get started, because they've kind of looked out of sorts and out of rhythm this whole game.
The short hands, it's Harris. There he goes. Out across the 45 and out of bounds at the 46-yard line. A big pickup here as they try to put together a scoring drive. The Tigers come to the line on the heels of that big pass play. Clock stops. We have reached the 2-minute timeout, and they've got a chance to lock this thing up before the break. The offense setting up shop at the 46, 1st and 10. Unloads to the right. Oh, what a spectacular layout and catch. Got open on the post and then had no regard for his body in making that catch.
Exactly right. You know you're going to get hit a lot of times coming over the middle of the field, but he runs that post, lays out, makes the play for his quarterback. That's a tough hombre.
Looking for a man. It's Levitt. Hit hard as he released the ball on that first down pass, and it never had a chance.
And this offensive line's got to do a little better job, man. You've got to give your quarterback time to go through his progressions. So go to 1 to 2 and then maybe make a play. And he goes off of his first target, and you could tell he did not have much time getting hit as he's trying to throw the football.
Intercepted. A first-half turnover can swing momentum. Trying to take it back. Its own hands. What a play by this defense with the pick six.
And how about the defender? Exactly what you're supposed to do. Breaks on the football, makes the interception. Everybody on defense, we turn to offense. Go lay some blocks so my guy can get it and take it back to the house.
And the extra point is good.
Yeah, Monica probably come over and visit tomorrow.
And it'll be a touchback. The ball will come out to the 25-yard line. Plenty of time to work. Not any time to waste as they take over here.
I would love to see little Marley on the basketball court.
They'll start this drive with a pass. He lost it high and deep down the left side. And it's incomplete. They were looking for the huge gain on first down.
I think sometimes as a quarterback, when your offense is struggling, you don't have any points up on the board.
You pick some days, we can do it together.
Just trying to take a shot to see if your guy can make a play. And that time, he thought he had the matchup he wanted, but he is.
And he throws his third pick of the day. His head has to be spinning. Touchdown, Oklahoma! And they turn it into a defensive score. Good defenses stop you from scoring. Great ones score themselves, and LSU has done
bad
so
teams
well
can hurt players' growth.
It's about guys. It's about guys.
I didn't coach some bad football teams, you know.
They develop them, and so many guys you see at the highest level doing it, and this is why, because they come to LSU and become stars.
Yeah, you don't want to get used to losing. You don't want to get used to it. Then you just go into every game just knowing you're going to lose.
They'll put this one in play. First snap of the drive from the 25. Looking to throw, it's Levitt. Pocket breaking down. Zings it complete to the right. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. Well, he comes up with the reception, but not a lot of room to run after that.
Yeah, and I like the QB doing this. I mean, I'm going to find ways to give him the football and see if he can make a miss. And I'm going to bet most of the time that my guy is a little bit more athletic than that defensive guy. Defense won this battle, but I like trying to get this guy
I was wondering how old it was myself. I wasn't going to mess with it.
They'll have 2 left to work with before the half. Looking deep down the right side.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mess with it
They
myself.
will score! Touchdown, Tigers!
And that's exactly what the offense needed right there. A touchdown here, and I know it's taken a while. They hadn't had a lot of success up until that moment. Late in the second quarter, they finally were able to punch one in the end zone. And that's going to give them some confidence now to take into the locker room here shortly at halftime, but they've got to play much better in the second half.
Fielded in the end zone. It's Sategna. Gets it across the 20 to the 21. And not
I went to my house yesterday, and I just cut everything off, threw everything away. Anything in the refrigerator, just do it all away. I'm like, I ain't going to be here much. So is. And she don't cry.
They love to put a long drive together here as they start from their own.
Yeah, she will. Yeah, she'll cry when she's hungry, but it's still like a birdie little silent little cry.
Lets it fly. Got a man. It's Sategna. They finally get him on the ground, but he's got an explosive play for the first down. And the Sooners want to crank the tempo.
I know one of the things this offense takes a lot of pride in the passing game is they feel like they can attack every area.
Oklahoma right up the street.
They throw it outside, but they're really good throwing to the middle of the field too. Quarterback has confidence. There's really good timing in this passing game.
They seem pretty cool. So we might stay.
Getting that big catch.
I know I'm gonna get her Indian card once I get her birth certificate and Social Security card.
And they'll still have one in their pocket.
But I don't know. They seem okay.
Might be calling a hot route. To the air. It's Mateer. Throws for the tight end. Complete downfield. Timeout, Oklahoma. That's their second. And they'll still have one in their pocket for what's left in this first half. Time dwindling away as they try to put points on the board right before the half. Trying to cap this drive with the pass. Oh, they're after him. And he's sacked. Great work there by this defense. We've got a timeout in the waning seconds of the half. Maybe a chance to get off a couple more plays. As we close in on halftime, a timeout is taken here. After the sack, they have their work cut out for them. Basically, they have to get it to the other side of town. Looking to fire. Rushes on him. Throws toward the end zone. The pass is incomplete, and there are 2 ticks remaining on the clock.
And it's not a surprise who they're throwing the ball down the field to. I mean, he's already had a great day. They're going to feature him because he makes plays over and over again, and then trying to take another shot to him down the field. If I'm the defense, man, I'm focusing on that guy. He's made too many big plays today.
Just enough time for one final play of the half. On 3rd and long, hoping to throw beyond the sticks. Going back to the well, another deep ball. Pass is incomplete, and half comes to a close on that play. The Sooners will line up to kick off and start the second half. Bring it out. It's Durham. I know he thinks he can house every return, but sometimes you just have to take a knee as he stopped at the 14. LSU will dive into the playbook here on offense. Trailing by a couple of scores, they'd like to generate some confidence here early in the 3rd quarter.
Down 2 possessions, the coaching staff met in at halftime, and they've probably scripted this opening drive just like they do at the start of the game. They've now got an idea of what plays they feel most confident in, what plays their quarterback is seeing the best, to go out here and execute a scoring goal.
Well, and it's nice to get the ball first. Like, I got the first opportunity to close the gap a little bit, apply some great game pressure to these guys. So I think getting the ball first, driving down, scoring right here would be huge.
It'll be 1st and 10 from the 30. Dropping back, it's Glevin. Gonna take a shot. Couldn't hang on to that one. This defense has already picked off 3 passes, almost had the 4th. It'll be 2nd down.
Man, he almost throws another one. And I tell you what, it's just been one of those days. Sometimes it's not your day, and just turning the ball over like they're a nonprofit, man, just giving it away. This offense has been reckless. It's been careless. They've got to do a better job of being smart with the football.
Makes the catch. It's Durham. He gets those chains moving, gets it out to the 42-yard line.
He's showing you his skills on that last throw. This guy's got arm talent and accuracy, man, and some of it's not coachable. And I think back to Jamarcus Russell and Joe Burrow, 2 former Tiger quarterbacks that were the first overall pick in the NFL draft. They had some of that, too. They just had it.
And that ball is caught. One hand grab. They ripped off a big one, and they get it down to the 27. And the Tigers will line it up on 1st and 10. They'll knock him down for a loss of a couple.
And after taking a big loss on that run, you just wonder if you're on offense, if you may abandon that part of your game and just start trying to throw it. You're down by a lot here in the 2nd half. 3rd quarter, you got lots of time, but you need...
Going for it all. Touchdown, Tigers. They fought their way all the way back, and it's a 1-possession game.
Hey, man, I don't know what they talked about at the half, man, but this team is rolling, doing an unbelievable job getting the football, putting it in the end zone again. And how about the defense doing their job, Palmer? Momentum is crazy in college football, but here in the 2nd half, they've come out and seized it.
Yeah, this has been a master class in complementary football. Offense doing their job, the defense getting off the field, giving it back to the offense, everything going their way, and you're right. In college football, we see momentum shifts all the time. All of the momentum, all of the good juju right now, clearly on their side.
Here comes the Oklahoma offense. So after watching their defense immediately give up a touchdown drive here in the 3rd quarter, they'll try to answer here. Rolling to the right, trying to make something happen. Hits the slide, got the 1st down with his feet.
He does a good job of dropping back, going through his progressions. Nothing there. What do? Go get some yardage. Make it positive. Don't sit back in the pocket and force something into a bad situation or take a sack. Great job making something out of nothing.
Quarterback making checks. The give from the gun. Maybe some room here. Brought down at the 47, but not before he ripped off 15.
And it's going to be interesting to watch this defense, man, because obviously when you're trailing, and offenses can sometimes get conservative, and that's 2 runs back-to-back. Do they get more aggressive and try to bring more guys near the line of scrimmage, not let them waste time, and try to get their offense the football back?
Give him a pickup of 2, now 2nd and 8.
And I go back to him again, too, man. I mean, just the big play, the play before, and they say, why not? Try it again, get it to their running back, try to create some space. Better job by the defense being
breaks into the open. Finally corralled, but not before. He picks up the 1st down.
This shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. If you've got the lead in the 3rd quarter and you want to keep it, you got to bleed the clock. Best way to do that, run the football. And you're now seeing this offense call these run plays back to back. They are trying to be physical, and they're trying to stay on the field.
I think he did a really good job, first of all, keeping his eyes downfield. You could see he wanted to throw the football. But when it's not there, don't force it. Tuck it down, get some positive yards.
Dropping back, it's Mateer. Looking to the big tight end. Oh, sticks that big mid up there and grabs it. We reach the quarter break with Oklahoma on top. We take a moment to look at the stats and what has been a tight ball game. Not only is the scoreboard on their side, but so too is time as we open the fourth. They'd love to start this quarter off with a touchdown right here. They'll keep it on the ground for first and goal. Tough to run it this deep in the red zone, and he found nothing at all that time. They go right back to their man on second and goal. And this defense is defending its goal line. Back-to-back stops right in the shadow of their own goalpost. Going right back to the well, and this time he finds water. Gets it into the end zone for the touchdown.
And man, a lot of times late in games, you see offenses, they get very conservative, very predictable, and then they leave it in the hands of their defense. I like this execution, man. The offense continues to do what they do, and they take the 2-score lead in the fourth quarter, everything going in their direction.
And he splits the uprights on the extra point. Just take a knee, and this drive will start at the 25. The Tigers sending out their offense ready to get this drive started. Things had not gone the way they had planned, but maybe an opportunity to salvage this bumpy ride so far and avoid the upset. Gets it across the 30 to the 31, a pickup of 5. LSU right back to the line.
And you're seeing the offense now mix up the tempos. After a successful run, they're now going hurry up.
And he was hit just as he released it, and it falls to the turf.
And we need more of this from
they
this
gave
defense,
it to us
man.
like
they
that.
Let
Keeping
this
the
guy
rim
have too much time to throw the football. They haven't gotten that jersey dirty yet, haven't sacked him. But this is just as good as a sack. Getting to him, hitting him, letting him feel the physicality of this game, and not letting him feel comfortable.
The Tigers will have it first and 10. They absolutely had to have that third down to keep any glimmer of hope alive.
And defensively, that's exactly what I want. Make you get the third down. The clock is your enemy. Multiple possession lead. That is right where I want this offense.
The defense is in great position right now because they've got a huge lead here in the fourth quarter. They know the offense has to take shots to try to get themselves back in the game. So they're calling their coverages accordingly.
And it's picked off for the 4th time today. He'll try to take it back.
Thank you.